Alright, deck is rented. Cards are in order. Register for the ManaTraders series. Play a match. Deck is ready. Alright. Wait for a pairing. Who we got? Alright, create the match. Against Stokes 112. So let's go create. 2 players. Waiting for Stokes 112. Anyone can join. No watchers. Create. Wild Stokes has appeared. This is lined up. So we gotta make sure we're on the right. There we go. Feel our Pokemon. Gantha v Giganta. Okay. Let's lead off with Ragavan. We've got the backup just in case. But if it survives, that's great. Rag on rag action. Land. Dang. Ragavan, take 2. Electric Boogaloo. What are you on? Doing this so they can leyline binding my Ragavan. Yep. All right, let's hit with a Thought Seize in case they've got Scion of Draco. Find a Stubborn Denial. Another Ragavan. Okay. Their Ragavan has First Strike. Gross. Gross. What's up, Dogfish? 6. So I think I just have to take this so I get down a shadow next turn. Fortunate. Land. 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 Oh boy. Pedro, what's up? Fetch on their upkeep. All right. What do we got? Mm-hmm. I know their last card's another Windswept Teeth outside of the Giganta. No attacks. Put the fear of shadow into them. And if we could find a land. All right. So Windswept Teeth, Giganta, Unknown. Giganta, Unknown. Dang. Yeah, I think we were pretty well off if we could have found the second land in like some reasonable amount of time. Shadow, sure. Chandler has to attack. Not a lot of great draws for us here. Because even if we find a land now, we can't find a land plus a removal spell. Find an Unholy Heat and like maybe flip over Delirium. I guess I would flip over Delirium with what's in the yard. All right. Famous one lander indeed. All right. That do anything for me? Game 2. I even added a 19th land before this league. I was like, you know what I really don't want to do today? Get mana screwed. How that worked out. Kind of like having a K command. Maybe a second on the play. Ease, Dece. Battle Rage is meh. I think they're going to be bringing in like Rest in Peace. That's usually a sideboard staple in a lot of these zoo decks. I'm just going to like trim down on a Underworld Breach. The other K command. Probably not. Turok. Alright. Let's see lands. It's gonna be like a 7-land opener. I complained about the lands, and Magic Online's gonna teach me a thing or two. Alright. Punish me again. I don't learn my lesson here. Oh man. It's like so good if I just find a second land. I've got draw next turn. I've got to redraw with Bobble. They're on a mulligan. Like, I need something to go right here. They're drawing into Ragavan. It's like always the Ragavan on top of the library. Like, hey, I've got this Thoughtseize. It's a good thing I'm never going to get to use it. Am I taking the biggest burn spell? Am I taking removal spell for the Kavu? Or removal spell for my whatever. I'm just gonna take a bolt. The reason is to make Goyf a little bit bigger, so if they want to kill the Goyf, they have to spend the tribal flames on it. This is all assuming I even hit a second land, which at the moment is a very aggressive assumption. Yep. Ravioli. Land. Okay. Step 1 complete. So I am just going to get down the Goyf. So they actually can't tribal flames here since they can't get 5 land types and have 2 mana for tribal flames. That's pretty fun. I guess that means this is just get down Kavu. In which case I attack in, play Scourge. Not get down Kavu. They top deck a Leyline Binding. Prepping for Kavu next turn. Okay. Land is good. I could Thought Seize and hit creature, hit the Kavu. So we're just taking one of these, right? If they top deck a red source, they could Tribal Flames plus Bolt the Scourge. That's fine. That's them using 8 points of burn to deal 2 to my face with Ragavan. Yeah, that's completely okay. They just play out Kavu here. I swing in with both guys. Untap, play 2 guys. Goyf is fine. Same thing as Kavu. I'm just swinging in with 2 guys. Yep. Carry on. Now I think your only play, if you hit a land, you could Bolt the Shadow, play the Kavu. I was gonna say they had a line there. If they hit the land, Bolt the Shadow, play the Kavu. If I attack all out, they can go Goyf on Goyf, Kavu, Chumps' Scourge, untap, Tribal Flames, and if they hit another bolt me, and that's lethal. Or like Ragavan Dash, Tribal Flames. So I just wouldn't attack with the Goyf. But the possible line. On the draw. Inquisition a little better than K Command on the draw. Kind of want to just board out the second Battle Rage. Second Breach. They're all pretty slow. Try to have some 1-drops in hand so I can like take some of their interactive stuff or some of their burn. Oh. 3 straight 1-landers. Oh, Magic, what are you doing to me? Kevin, what's up? All these 1-landers. Goyf. Bolt this now, play around Stubborn Denial. Second land. Kavu. Nope, Goyf. Alright, second land, please. Yep. You have the stubborn Donald. Well, if we can find a land for this Scourge, we outsize the Goyf and the Nicodle. All right. Is it better to just kill something here? I could play out a 6/6 Scourge. It does stand in the way of some stuff pretty well. Or I could just go like Channeler, eat the Goyf. I think it's better to get on board. Let's go. Stomping Ground. Get the extra red. Kavu. Play Scourge. Crap. They go. We've got Stub, Nicodle, Unknown. Is it better to kill Kavu here? I'm kind of hoping that if they swing Kavu, they just suicide it in. Like, I know they get to loot, but I just need to, like, get stuff off the board. Blocking Tarmogoyf means I'm not dead to Tribal Flames unless they have a third land. Okay. Land? Land would have been lethal there. Alright, so we attack with the Scourge. If they don't block, they're just dead to Battle Rage. If they do block, we kill the Goyf, play the Channeler, Unholy Heat the Kavu. Boom. Battle Rage gets there. So that's a exclamation TBR kill in chat. All right. So like I said, if we attack there and they do block, then Battle Rage isn't lethal, so we just like let them chomp, play the Channeler, Unholy Heat the Kavu, get our Surveil trigger, and then we just got like a Scourge plus a Channeler on board. We know they have a Stub and a Wild Nicodle in hand plus an Unknown, so relatively good spot there. Obviously, we're dead to like if they have a Tribal Flames and they hit the third or the fifth land type, third land, fifth land type. But I don't think we can really afford to play around that. But that was the reason for blocking the Goyf instead of the Kavu. The Kavu's the better threat, but the Goyf would have put us down to 4 life, which we were dead to Tribal Flames with only 4 card types, or 4 land types on their side. But blocking the Goyf, taking 4, put us down to 5, so we weren't dead to the Tribal Flames if they had it. Which I kind of suspect they did. Alright, match number 1 out of the way. Just going to update. There Matches 1-0. I guess we'll keep an update in the stream title. Young fella, didn't your grandpappy tell you about TBR? Weren't you warned? Gotta listen to your elders. TBR on Scourge's Bog. It's a good feeling. Your opponent's like, oh, I'm safe from here. The 6-6, I'm at 15. I think it's more likely they just didn't think I had a TBR in post board. Which, if I had more stuff to bring in, I wouldn't. But kind of the unfortunate situation of I just didn't have enough stuff to bring in. And they missed their third land drop, so they couldn't hold up Stubborn Denial. Testing new bro cards. Alright. Waiting for pairing to give me an opponent. My brew versus your top tier deck. Still waiting for a pairing. Pairing successful. Alright. E Hughes 01. You're looking for E Hughes 01. EHUGHES 01. They are creating the match. E Hughes 01. Where are you at? Make sure I've got verification here. That one. This does, in fact, say E Hughes. I'm joining. They're creating. People don't think I'm going. There we go. Hughes 01. Nice little pyromancer mirror. Love it. And more than one land. Oh my God. My birthday. All right. What you got? No companion mountain. So I wonder if this is burn or is it maybe like I think the mono red artifact deck plays Giganta as a companion. Good draw. How do I want to treat my life total here? Like, I think I'm just going to fetch and shock this. And Thoughtseize. Not burn. Not burn at all. Dire Fleet Daredevil. Okay. Huh. I think I want to just take the Dire Fleet, like the one thing they can do this turn. Get down Shadow, hold up on Holy Heat for Magus, untap, hit them with Shadow, play Scourge, and try to just set up lethal that following turn. So maybe I'm just taking the red cap because it. No, I'm just going to take the Daredevil. Be smart. Play Overgrown Tomb, Death Shadow, say go. This is just so they can't, like, Dire Fleet Thoughtseize me back. Plus, it's the only play they have that I care about right here. Like, I'm pretty happy if they just put a Magus on the stack. So, is there any reason to fetch now? I guess it's kind of whatever. Magus hits the board. You. If we find a lightning bolt, we kill them here. Oh man. Sometimes you just miss Battle Rage. Good old TBRing Shadows in the year of our Lord 2023. Mike the Bully, let OP play as Direfleet Daredevils in the free ManaTraders game. I just couldn't bring myself to let them do it. Like, I get that they're out here. They spent their hard-earned ticks on Direfleet Daredevils. I respect that. But ultimately, like, I'm sorry. I just don't want you to have Direfleet Daredevils against me. I guess I'm boarding out like a Ragavan on the draw. Like Direfleet Daredevil, I think. Does that have first strike or just haste? Direfleet Daredevil. First strike. Yeah. So that Stonewall's Ragavan pretty bad. Maybe actually I want to terminate over one of the K commands. Don't think I want EE. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So if they've got Murderous Red Cap, I wonder if they have like a combo with Red Cap. Like a sack engine. All right. lightning bolts. Get Blood Crypt here. I want to save one of these fetches as long as I can to fetch out a basic swamp to play around Blood Moon. Reckless Impulse, Pyretic Ritual, Lightning Bolt. Take a Lightning Bolt. Reckless Impulse. Taking a Reckless our impulses. Pyretic Ritual, Ghost Quarter, okay. Play one of these lands that can get basic swamp if I absolutely need it. Otherwise, I'm probably just getting like Stomping Ground and bolt them. There's quarters, sure. Heretic Ritual, okay. Ritual. Chandra, Torch of Defiance. We are definitely going to kill off Chandra. I think I'm actually going to spend a bolt on Chandra so that I can save this Delirium Unholy Heat in case I have another Planeswalker. Love to use Ghost Quarter's ability. I'm gonna get basic mountain here. Save my swamp in case they have like another Ghost Quarter. They can't strip mine me off my black. So here we'll get the basic swamp. Carry on. Magus of the Moon. I'm actually just going to wait on this. I don't really want to take the 2 damage here. Got plenty of ways of lowering my life total, but get second green source in case I need that. And big Algae for Giganta. I Nope. All right, Giganta. I need you to carry me to the promised land. Iki Jiki Mirror Breaker. Ekith Jikith. Yeah, if you want to block, I'll let you block. It's an Abzan player. This OP is my favorite right now. I agree. OP is great. I'm just gonna fire off Thoughtseize. Yeah. All right. It's about what I figured, but what is his opponent doing? I have no idea, and I'm here for it. Alt U. Like, I am all for what opponent's doing here. Man's had rituals, impulses, Chandra Torch of Defiance, Magus of the Moon, Kiki Jiki, Ghost Quarter, Field of Ruin. Like, I am so all in on what they're doing. I can't begin to describe it. Probably not the land you want to target, but I think if I've shown you two red sources or two basics, not red sources, I'd probably just start trying to hit the green sources here. Like, I get that's not perfect with Giganta out, but sure, we'll play a Pyrite Spellbomb. You know, in case they fetch next turn, we got them. Realistically, it gives us lethal with a Ragavan. All right, 8 mana. All right, so damn. Opponent may have lost the game, but they won our hearts. Like, I am in love with this. Like, Direfleet Daredevil, Kiki Jiki to copy your murderous red caps. I love it. I absolutely love it. I want to send OP a Christmas card. Need OP's social stat. All right, let's look them up and see if we can find them. E Hughes 01. So E Hughes 01. So I Google E Hughes, or I search on Twitter for E Hughes 01. The first thing that comes up is Will Hull misclicking, looking like he was salting off to his opponent and apologizing to E Hughes 01. I went back on and added them as a friend and they logged off. Oh, man. Good job, Will. But there's no social. They didn't tag them, so dang. Will out here creating international conflicts. Will always fucks everything up, right? I did get a huge kick. I don't know if you you noticed on Twitch. See if it's up right now. Is it live or they're not live? Yes, there is a channel up live on Twitch that's just like MTG classics. And they're just doing exactly like what Will's been doing, where he's been playing like old Pro Tour coverage and stuff. They're just like playing old GPs and opens and whatnot. And I think I get a kick out of it because it just shows that like Will's pattern there actually works. Like, hey, just don't even go stream yourself. Just post a bunch of old coverage and people will show up. So waiting for Temple from Below. Actually makes me sad that he stopped streaming himself. I agree. Like, I miss Will's streams. I miss playing some marbles. Even though I felt like I got ramped off the edge every single time. But, I don't love this hand. Did he really quit? He streams a live stream every now and then, but it's not nearly as often as it used to be. Like out here acting like E Hugh's going to have a poster result. I hope he does. I hope E Hughes fucks some people up. E Hughes is now my spirit animal. Scalding Tarns. Is this mURktide? It's a good draw. Not mURktide. Not mURktide at all. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. Oh boy. Well, we lost game one. Hard to tell when he actually goes live because I turned off his notifications because he resets your stream every now and then, so it gets kind of spammy. That makes sense. I don't think I've had notifications live for like pretty much anybody. So I never really see whenever anybody's going live or cutting off or whatever. I just kind of have Twitch open half the time. All right. So let's get Tarmogoyf down. In the off chance that they don't find a living end or a cascade spell, then Tarmogoyf's a little more damage right now. But they only have like 75,000 cascade spells. All right, I cannot for the life of me understand the argument that people give of like, you know what Cascade was missing, what Living In was missing? More Cascade spells. That blows my mind. All right. So I feel like if they had a Cascade spell, they should have just gone ahead and cast it. Because you don't know that I'm just playing like Jund or something. There's the chance that I've just got counter spells in my deck of some sort. Like if it's got a breeding pool and a stubborn denial, you could just end up like killing yourself here for no reason. Mechanical Sanctum. All right. So we'll just play out another channeler and see what happens. They've got a cascade spell, we die. If they don't have a cascade spell, who knows? All right. Get to go to their untap. Show me my death, OP. My body is ready. I give myself to you. I'm getting slow rolled with a living end. might end up battle raging a Ragavan if they go for like Brazen Borrower on a Tarmogoyf or something. Subtlety, Odawara. Okay. Yeah, we are gonna Brazen Bar or Teamer Battle Rage a Ragavan. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. This Darcy's on fire. This Darcy's on fire. Oh, we can just Shardless into Lightning Bolt here. We know they've got a Living End. Yeah, we're going for it. Green. Cascade into Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt you in the face. Oh. Yes. We'll take it. We'll take it. Is it pretty? No. Was it effective? Probably not. All right, Hearses, Soul Guide coming in, Turok's coming in because they get bigger when my opponent cycles stuff. Everything else sucks. I'm gonna lose game one. I thought I was. I was convinced. Yet here we are. Freed, any cards from the new set you want to try in Shadow? So there's cards in the new set that I want to try, or I'm gonna try just because they're new. I don't think they'll be playable in Shadow, like Minor Misstep. I'm going to try. I'm not convinced on the card. I don't particularly care for the card, but whatever. I'll still try it. But one of the cool things I found out today that I had no idea is I didn't realize you could play Nahiri with Giganta. I thought that like this counted as a white or red mana pip, and like I had no idea it was its own unique symbol, and you could play it with Giganta. So I'm gonna try out Nahiri and like Mardu Shadow with Stoneforge and stuff. Wait, what? No, yeah, I had no idea. Like, if you play something with a different mana cost on here, like let me add something stupid like this. It'll say that companion requirement not met. You remove it, and it's fine, and it's fine with Nahiri. And I had no clue on that. So I'm gonna try out Nahiri and like Mardu Shadow. Yeah, a couple of people played Minor Misstep over the weekend, said it was bad. Yeah, I think the card's terrible. Like, I don't know why people are even halfway comparing it to Mental Misstep. It is so much worse than Mental Misstep. But I'm gonna try it just to be able to say I did. All right, so now that we drew a Ragavan, I'm gonna lead on that. Not the same symbol, it's a dual symbol. Right. I thought it counted as like a red and white symbol, but it doesn't. So like I thought the symbol was basically this is like a red symbol and a white symbol, or you can pay it for 2 life. But because it's like its own unique actual symbol, I guess Giganta says, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Ooh. Might be doing that one. Yeah, I'm probably doing that one. Maybe try to like set up for a shadow in a couple turns. Creator's a 4/4. I have the force, so I just have to take the force. Resolve my hearse. But other than like minor misstep in Nahiri, I thought about trying to force some sort of a Tyvar shadow deck. So that's like a possibility, but I'm not over the top thrilled about it. So I think I'm gonna exile Curator and Architects of Will, and kind of say like I'm fine with Striped Riverwinder because that's just a big, like, dumb vanilla guy that attacks me and then gets Shadow online. Tyvar with Stoneforge Mystic and Elvish Reclaimer. Definitely Stoneforge. I think like Mana Dork into Tyvar into Stoneforge, get Cauldra, put Cauldra immediately in is pretty sweet. Alright, so bye bye Ragavan. Hello Striped Riverwinder. Ashiok topped a face-to-face tournament with Druid Tyvar. Yeah, so that's the deck I expected Tyvar to like immediately slot into. Was a devoted Druid shell. Um, get rid of some of this stuff. I know they still have a Violent Outburst in hand. So I could fetch shock, play shadow, and like set up killing them next turn. Is that worth it? Probably have to, right? Just here's a shadow. Go. Have my gardens pre-ordered for Titan. Is that the land that you can like copy an artifact with? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Mycosynth Garden, yeah. Copy a non-token artifact. That card looks pretty sweet. Can have up to 9 amulets in play with Pursuit. Oh, that's gross. That's gross. All right, what you gonna do? Gonna do it once just to say it. I respect it. Like, I'm all for trying it once and seeing what happens. Right. No blocks. I'll eat some stuff. Force negation, living end. Guess I want to eat the living end in case they've got like endurance or something to shuffle living end back in. Armagoyf. I want to hold on to Goyf. Do I want to hold on to Goyf? Probably. Let's just play out Turok. Goyf's kind of like my follow-up. If they do cast another living end, I just get to like hard cast Goyf and have something to do after it. There you go. A little bit of a holding pattern, I guess. Back with the Riverwinder. Alright, not attacking with the Riverwinder. Okay. So does this mean I'm going for a Battle Rage right here? Yeah, let's go for a Battle Rage. Double block. Rude. Here's a Teamer Battle Rage. What is your plan? They force the Battle Rage. I'm gonna force my curse. Little annoying. Could be worse. All right, so I'll pass turn here. If they've got another Violent Outburst, they get back a Riverwinder. I get back Ragavan, so I at least have a blocker on board. Grief. That's unfortunate. So this is Grief plus Cascade Effect. I just have to let Grief resolve. Yep. Cascade. Not Cascade. They've got to have Cascade as their last card, and this is just get another dude in the board or in the bin, right? Should have probably should have waited till my draw step for this. I don't think it's like a huge deal, but since you're griefing me. All right. Dead on board, right? Tackle. I have to take this for Ragavan chumps here. No, I guess I'm one short of dead on board. And one short of dead on board is not dead on board. All right. Rip another cascade spell. Okay, game 3, but we get to be on the play, which is huge. One of the big on the play benefits is just the possibility of having like a Thoughtseize into Shadow into Battle Rage kind of hand. Breach better than anything else. Maybe like a breach over an Inquisition. Just roll with it. Typically, a stack-based combo is not a very good matchup for Jund Shadow. All right. So, opening hands that we're looking for are hands with like Thoughtseize Shadow, hands with Ragavan into something. Is this quick enough? Turn 1 Channeler, turn 2 Channeler Inquisition. Hmm. Hmm. The best case scenario, turn 2, hit for 3, turn 3, hit for 6. I think we got to do better. One Inquisition is our only piece of hate. Inquisition flips over Delirium. Turn 2, hit for 3. Turn 3, hit for 6. Plus bolt them is 12. We hit a land plus battle rage is 15. Oh, man. Like, this could get there if I find another bolt or another battle rage. I see you in activity timer. We're going to YOLO it. Channeler can also, like, flip over dudes into the bin. I'm just, like, terrified of going to an absolutely unplayable 6. Like, this is a functional 7. Very unlikely to kill on turn 3 or 4. Turn 3 especially, but if I can do 15 in the first 3 turns and then maybe like find another bolt to finish it off or flip over a couple creatures so that Living End isn't the end of the world. Any reason for not playing Ren and 6? I mean, I've played Ren and 6 before. It's a card that's fine if you want to play it, but I don't feel like I've got the flex spots for it. Like, I think my flex spots right now are pretty devoted to like Underworld Breach, and Ren does not pair very well with Breach. Turn 1, grief me. Really hope they didn't keep a 1-lander with a bunch of cyclers. All right. Well, Goif is a reasonable turn 2 play. What happens with upkeep, battle rage? It adds instant to the yard. Goif becomes a 5. I think I'm about that. I think I'm upkeep battle rage. Land. Have a potential kill here. Flip over Delirium. Yeah, we need to flip over Delirium. Not it. All right. What we got? Damn it. Rough. Had to be a painless untapped source there. So breach kills. We've got 3 more bolts that kill. Oh, but they've got architect trigger on us. Never mind. Never mind. Had to be a perfectly painless mana start for them. That's rough. Like, can you imagine all the things that had to go right or wrong in this game? Like, grief to take our Inquisition so we couldn't take the Shardless Agent, painless mana base, Architects of Will to fix the top of our library in case we did have a potential bolt there. Like, exactly lethal. Man. We didn't flip over Delirium in a few different channeler triggers. That's rough. Date our match total. 2-1 now. Ugh. I think we had several reasonable chances to get there. So next time we need to give our opponent a fetch land. Guess there's always that possibility that like they had a force or something and just like weren't going to use it unless they were actually dead. They could protect themselves from like a spell bomb. But back to the Ren and Six question. Like I think for me right now, Scourge of the Sky Claves is unfortunately kind of important. Underworld Breach is like the test card, and Ren's kind of mediocre with both of those. I think if you're going bigger, like Seasoned Pyromancer is really, really good with Ren. Liliana is really good with Ren. But that's not like what this list is trying to do. We're trying to Get our opponent from 20 to 0. But I was going to play with some of the new cards instead of doing the ManaTraders matches. But a lot of the new stuff like isn't available to rent yet. So kind of on hold for that. Gold 6. Pretty decent opening hand. Got dudes, got interaction. Shadow's basically a payoff. I think the only things that would make this hand better is like if this was a Thought Seize instead of an Inquisition, or since it's an Inquisition, if this was a Goyf, be a little bit better. But kind of nitpicking. Was it back-to-back Living End? Oh man. Is the entire like queue just Living End after Living End? Oh, say it ain't so. Damn it. Fuck my life. Living End into Living End. Like I've cut back on so much Grave Hate recently because I never see Living End. There's just like no reason to load up on hate for it. Am I going Shadow? Your Channeler Inquisition. We'll keep a fetch land so I can get shadows online. Double Shardless Agent. Take Outburst. Have to Shardless for a River Winder, and that's it. All right, Shardless is down. Go Shadow, Shadow, Shadow. If they like just main phase a Cascade spell, I can ult one of my own shadows. Yep, you got it. Am I going for Bolt myself? No. Dash Ragavan, attack with everything. Okay. And am I playing Scourge? No. That's the turn. They don't have lethal on the crackback. All right. So this means they're kind of like locked into a living end. I guess I could just play like a 4/4 or something. That's whatever. What did I miss? Like, I really hope they weren't trying to greed spike the land off Waker to be able to Shardless Agent. That's so greedy. Super, super greedy. Um, all right. Good opening hand, please. I'm gonna feel bad if I play against Living In twice and both times are just like win game one, like the game we have no business winning whatsoever, and then lose games 2 and 3. That can't be a keep, right? All right. The best hand I've seen so far. Keep them coming. One more time. Celebrate. Save the bauble for their turn in case they have grief. Or Goy. Okay, unlicensed hearse. Take me to the promised land, please. Yep. Annoying, but beatable. Not gonna use. I guess I could use hers here. Fine. Okay. Let's go. Boy. Attack with this Goy. The Shardless Agent. Alright. If they ever decide to just like start hard casting stuff, we're in trouble, but then I'm not using this hearse again until they put something on the stack. Okay. Let's go attack with a couple Goyf. I'm just gonna Inquisition myself and take this Shadow. Also have another Street Wraith. Okay. Double Street Wraith. Judge. Big time judge call. All right. We're not technically dead unless they have another outburst. Doesn't look like another outburst. Dude to play. All right. What's coming off the top of our library? Something that can crew a hearse? Technically. That means I've got to attack. They chump. And eat a couple dudes. They go. We draw into the Scourge. Go ahead and pop this on their upkeep in case we hit a removal spell for a Street Wraith, but I think we only had like one Unholy Heat as our only target. Man, multiple Street Wraiths. That will do it. Scourge is better on the play. Like that. better. Ditch the peatland. No ley line out of them is good. All right. Really need you to not have a painless mana base. Start off with a Botanical Sanctum. Jerk. Channeler's a good draw, though. Now we get to triple up like Shadow, Thoughtseize, Channeler. Not necessarily in that order, but... Alright, so let's go... Channeler. Thoughtseize. What version of Hammer is better? Mono white or blue white? I've seen a bunch of people like not playing what's it called? The equipment that lets you play stuff off the top of your deck. I cannot think of the name of it. Shardless Agent. I cannot think of the name of that. The one in a blue one. God, I'm going crazy. GG. Hammertime. Reality Chip. Like, nobody's playing Reality Chip anymore. But from what I know of Hammer, usually you're wanting to play the blue if you're playing against more like rhinos and living in and stuff like that. Otherwise, the mono white version is like more consistent, but I also don't play a ton of Hammertime, so take whatever I say with a grain of salt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really hoping for Delirium there. Sure. See if we can hit something. Spin the wheel. Is that good enough? I mean, I guess I get like another Surveil trigger off casting that too. But really, I'm looking for like another Lightning Bolt. Mono white is better unless you play versus Rhinos Living In. From what I hear, yeah. Like, if you're playing against a bunch of spell-based combo decks, you really, really want access to Spell Pierce. But if you're not playing against those decks, then it doesn't do as much, or you don't care about it as much. Found another Shardless Agent. Just eat double Wraith. Red Leagues and it's better mono white. I guess. Like I said, I don't play a lot of Hammertime, so I don't know what the optimal variation is for grinding leagues. Or nope, dead. Rough. Oh, back to back living end. That's just like a deck everybody plays in ManaTraders events. I'd be considering it more. Play another Soul Guide over the K command. Deja vu. So I think it's funny because I played like all of my decks for a while were like really tuned to play against Live Again because they were absolutely everywhere in the leagues for a while. So I had like Jun Shadow with main deck Dolphy boarding into like 3 Soul Guide Lanterns. Or we had Rakdos with main deck Dolphy. We had Demir with a bunch of extra like stubborn denials in the main and stuff for Living End. And then it just went cold. Never saw the deck anywhere. So I don't want to do like some big deck overhaul to try to get more points against Living End if I just never see Living End outside of ManaTraders. Can you show the blue black Fey list? Yeah. Give me a second. So there's a normal list I was kind of messing around with like Kaito and stuff. Um, some of the spots are definitely not perfect. Like I'm not a big Tested Talents fan, but I wanted to try it out. Um, and then this one I think was off the Barry's Facebook page. I saw somebody post it. It was like Blue Black Fairies with Urza Saga. I thought that looked kind of interesting. You can go get like Baubles, Shadow Spear to help out with your Bitter Blossoms, Spellbomb to deal with like a big mURktide or whatever. And then you get like Nile Spellbomb and Pithing Needle out of the board. Thought that was kind of cool. Chalice cries in Gigantha. Chalice does cry in Gigantha. You're not wrong. But honestly, my personal opinion towards Gigantha are I think it's like the most overrated companion. Um, and when I say overrated, I don't mean it's not good. I mean like the level of obsession people put on Gigantha is way higher than it deserves. A lot of people like Gigantha's bannable. Gigantha needs to go. Gigantha's just absolutely broken. Like, no, it. The fact that it's a companion is broken. The fact that it's Gigantha is not. Companions as a mechanic are broken. Gigantha as a creature is not. Uh, but you'll have people all the time like, oh, how do you beat Blood Moon? Ragavan and Gigantha. You know what decks are playing Blood Moon everywhere? mURktide. You know what mURktide's got? Bolts and unholy heats and ways to kill Gigantha easily that you can't fight back against. So like a big summoning sick dude is your answer to Blood Moon against the Unholy Heat deck is pretty rough. Unholy Heat's counter spells. Yeah, no problem. I think so fairies, I played fairies in standard, played them in extended, played them in modern, and I've always wanted to find like a fairies list that I liked, but I don't want to play fairies unless Bitter Blossom is a solid choice, which I mean at the moment it's not bad, but I just haven't found like a list I loved. All right. We got Feed Narkio. They're creating the match. Greet and I'll play, bore and I'll run away. No net decks. Old. But I do think the new Kaito, the 4 mana one, I want to try that out in a fairies list. The one that's like you whenever a creature deals damage or something, you can return it to your hand, and if you do, you can activate Kaito an extra time. And his zeros like draw a card, so you just like hit him with a spell stutter that countered something last turn, untap, draw a card again, hold up your spell stutter. Seems pretty fun. All right. Well, we're gonna see how this breach does. All right. So opponent is on a mulligan. Start stomping ground channeler. Um, So see me from time to time start with like a shock land like this, unless instead of a fetch, even though I have shadows in my deck. And usually it's because like in the blind, I don't know what I'm up against. I don't want to aggressively fetch shock every chance I get. My opponent just like starts lightning bolting me in the face. Mr. T coming in with a 6-month resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our sweet custom Death Shadow emotes. Some of those in chat for you. Hello to my favorite streamer. Well, I appreciate it very much. All right, hammer time, hammer time, hammer time, hammer time. Option number 1. We Inquisition, pay for the Sentinel. Option number 2, we Inquisition, don't pay for the Sentinel and bolt something. Option number 3, we bolt something, pay for the Sentinel, don't Inquisition. My fear is that my opponent's just got like land, Sigarda's Aid, hammer, and I don't have a good way of fighting back from that. So I think that I want to Inquisition, let them draw a card, and bolt something. Option B. If that's the Inquisition bolt line, then I think we're in agreement. Let's get a Blood Crypt. I would not like to pay for that. Go away. How's ManaTraders going so far? I think we're 2-2. Yeah. We lost to back Living End. Who's playing Living End nowadays? All right, Core Outfitter. Core Outfitter's a tiny bit annoying. Delirium. Little delirium action. A bauble would be really nice to flip into the yard here. Eh, love it. Love it. How does he do it? Okay. Core Outfitter, Shadow Spear, Temple Garden, Ink Moth Nexus. We can breach plus removal spell if we need to. Scourge. Scourge of the Skyclaves, Tarmogoyf. Either one of those would be great. You know, I will take a Thoughtseize. I'm in a thought seizing mood. Yeah, Kevin, you just missed me going on like a big rant about how I haven't seen Living End in like months, and then to run it into it back to back in the ManaTraders is like, uh, Outfitter. Go. Canopy. Strap up a Shadow Spear. You got it. We've got a Temple Garden and an Unknown. And a Ornithopter that's living his best life out here. ManaTraders meta is always wild. And I don't know why I expect any different. Like, I think the correct way to approach the ManaTrader series is to assume every single round you're just playing like some absurdly proactive either combo deck or like something unfair. Nobody plays anything fair in ManaTraders. Uh, even like my round 2 opponent was ritualing into Blood Moons and stuff. But I think you just have to assume that nobody's playing anything fair. There's no reason to assume anybody's on anything fair. Scourge number 2. Okay, let's attack, see what happens. And we are going to go for a Battle Rage here. So what would be worst case scenario if I let them block the Ornithopter, I play out another Scourge, they play land, Animate Ink Moth, the Gardazaid, attack with Ink Moth, Flash, and Hammer, so yeah, there was a chance they could kill me if I just played out the second Scourge, so it's probably better to go for the lethal right there. Got a bunch of stuff to bring in. But yeah, I should just assume like every opponent I play against in ManaTraders is playing a Living End or playing like a Titan deck, burn, something quick paced, quick and proactive. So I kind of wonder if the best option for the mana traders meta is just to like go register some Gurmag Angler Shadow, play a bunch of Battle Rages and Stubborn Denials. All right, good hands, good hands, good. Maybe. Probably a mulligan. I'm trying to think how much I want to chance. Maybe play a land. They play land dude on one. I play land. They play land, aid, hammer to hit me. Turn 3, I terminate whatever their hammered up thing is. Turn 3, they do whatever. Turn 3, I play a shadow. Probably better. Should have kept the first one. Should have kept the first one. Esper Sentinel. Not Esper Sentinel. Not an Esper Sentinel at all. Alright. So let's get Stomping Ground because like all of my other lands produce black, but not all of them produce red. Or not red, green. Sanctifier on back. Sanctifier, Sanctifier, Sanctifier. Has it changed yet to where like all the hammer decks aren't playing 17 copies of Sanctifier? Like there was a period there where like everybody who was in the chat was saying that Hammer didn't play more than one Sanctifier, maybe two, and a lot of people weren't running any. And every single time I ran into Hammer, I was seeing like multiple Sanctifiers. So I just assumed that all of them were running like 3 Sanctifiers. And I'd go look at lists on Goldfish, and most of these people would be on one copy or no copies. Occasionally you'd see one on 2. And I was like, oh, well, it's just me. I've got terrible luck, whatever. But it's looking more and more like that's not the case. Need to like, gonna say I need to naturally draw the land. So I needed to get down Tarmogoyf there. Oh yeah. All right. Um, if they want to block. Didn't I need to bottom the lane? I mean, I don't think I'm like winning this one anyway, so I kind of just want to be able to cast my spells. Like, if I hit a removal spell there, is it really getting any better for me? Come on. So maybe I should maybe I should have maybe the removal spells just like the well, I'm not dead line. But honestly, all lines kind of suck there. All right, on the play, got a Ragavan. Ragavan, terminate a Esper Sentinel. Just back in. We've got Goyf to help with Sanctifier on Vec, maybe. I'm going to offer up the trade. Creature artifact in the yard. Stoneforge Mystic. I hate that sequence so bad. Like, everybody in chat already knows that I hate Stoneforge Get Cauldra so much. It's just like, get this card that has no text. Or if you've got like a Fire and Ice or something, or even like a Nettle Cyst, looks infinitely better than a Cauldra here. I feel like Cauldra serves literal no purpose as a target at this spot. Like, your whole assumption is I don't have a removal spell just because I attacked into Ragavan or attacked into Esper Sentinel with Ragavan. I feel like that's not a fantastic assumption to make. Yep. Get them to waste this on their turn. And as long as they don't have the magic card Solitude, should be okay. Boom. But yeah, I think getting Solitude there, or not getting Solitude, getting Cauldron there as opposed to like any other card is such a risky play. Because now you can't block with the Stoneforge Mystic. Like, you've already committed to the Cauldron. So that's out the window. I've got what, 4 or 5 cards in hand at that point. So OP very ambitious. Like, if they've got nothing in hand and they have to hope I don't have a removal spell, then I get it. Like, you play the Stoneforge, you get the Cauldron, and you're saying, I can literally do nothing with the rest of my hand. This has to work, or I'm just screwed. Then sure, Cauldron's like a win condition, and I respect that, but I feel like there's no way they didn't have anything going on in hand. Like, it seemed they just needed a second white source. They either had a Sanctifier or a Pure Steel Paladin or something like that, and they just needed another white source. So I feel like just getting a Nettle Cyst or something that you can cast if you get the next white sources is better. But what do I know? I'm only interested in playing Stone Forges in my Nahiri Mardu Shadow Blade deck that I need to finish the sideboard for. Probably get rid of Lion Sash. Like, I'm excited about finding out you can play Nahiri with Giganta. I think that helps Nahiri in my book like quite a bit. All right, update our match record. Got to get what, 7 wins? Is that what it is? Oh, did they add? They added a 6-match condition. If you start off 6-0, you qualify. But what I kind of wish they would do with these is I wish they would do them in like 10 game increments. Like, if you go 7-3 over any 10 game span, then you qualify. Instead of like, all right, you started off cold and now you get punished because you've got to win like 95% of your next 10 matches to qualify. Instead of, all right, you get a functional reset for 10 more matches. Inspiring Vantage. Okay. So, Inspiring Vantage, Mulligan. Am I assuming burn? If I'm assuming burn, I really don't want to see an Eidolon here. So I think I'm just going to get a basic Swamp and Inquisition. Looks like burn. There's a Searing Blaze. In a league, I would assume burn and ManaTraders is probably some fucked up shit. Were you in here earlier when we played the dude with murderous red caps? Like, man went hard. All right, what's my plan? Am I just land channeler, Thoughtseize, they skull crack? I hope to hit one live spell. Seems reasonable. They skull crack me. It means shadows are live from now on. Get to hit a live spell, so that saved us a life. Alright. Fiery Islet Unknown. Fiery Islet draw. Lightning Bolt's a good draw, so let's go Dash, Ragavan. I really just want to like play Shadow off the fetch or off the treasure and hold the fetch. That way I get Shadow down. I don't have to commit a bunch of life to it because I'd have to fetch and shock with this Catacombs. I really don't want to do that. Then we'll get a tap Stomping Ground. If they want to like bolt my Shadow here, that is a-okay with me. Wrong choice. Don't do that one. Bolt the Shadow, fine. Searing Blaze the Shadow, not where you want to be. Also have a bolt. Alright, so let's go Dash, Ragavan, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So it's lethal through a bolt. They kill me if they have bolt for a dude into untap Boros Charm. That kills me. Oh wait, this didn't even guarantee delirium. Whoops. Whoops. So my bad. Miscount. I thought I had 3 card types and then instant was the 4th. Ragavan, sure. Alright. You got the Boros Charm. You got the Boros Charm. Alright. Game 1 goes to the good guys. Dodging Boros Charms like Richard Garfield intended. Board out some Thought Seizes. EE helps with Sanctifier on Vec. Terminate because it's better than like just about everything else we got. Kind of like Turok. At least one. Actually, the second's probably better than an Underworld Breach. All right, game 2 against Burn. I think I'm going to keep this only because they're on a mulligan. And I've got like basic mountain for Ragavan. Bloodstained Mire can get basic swamp. That Blood Crypt, Overgrown Tomb fetching out like, or Foothills fetching out a tapped Overgrown Tomb can just mean like Turok's live. They go too hard on my life total early. I've got Shadow. Obviously, the no interaction part kind of sucks, but that's where we're at. Goblin Guide. Feels a second Turok. Yuck. Really what I want there. I will probably trade Ragavan for Guide. Never mind. That Lightning Bolt means I can afford to like have them play an Eidolon. Get to bolt something. Pretty surprised they're letting me get this Ragavan hit in. They've got a removal spell. Do I just want to go Swamp Turok? I think I do. Get a dude on board. Boros Charm. It's Lightning Helix. Now I'm 100% trading Turok for Goblin Guide. Love to spike my face. Alright. It's a few lands. Few mananas. Okay, let's think options. We can play the Shadow, hold up Bolt, and then play like a tap Blood Crypt. We can Shock in, kick the Turok. We can. I think Shadow Hold Up Bolt's my best play. Like, I'm only dead if they either have 2 burn spells in hand, draw a third, and can play all of them. So it can't be like 3 2-mana burn spells. Um, or if they've got 2 more Boros charms in the top 3. But they've already shown me a Boros charm. Didn't fire off a burn spell there. Kind of makes me think they've got a deflecting palm. I think that's my read. Yeah, I'm like pretty confident one of these cards is a deflecting palm. We're going to start off with you. Man, I'm good at this. Play the burn matchup enough times. Just figure it out. Gonna bolt my Ragavan. Bolt me. All right. Bold decision. That means they are dead on board at the moment. Play Goblin Guide. Play a tapped Blood Crypt. I don't really need green for anything. Barring a what's it called? Eidolon's fine. It's gonna say barring a ensnaring bridge. Got lethal. So let's just go heat the Eidolon. Take R2. Back in for lethal. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Improve our record a little bit. Is that our... I think that was the 6th match. We'll see as soon as this updates. Can't remember if I'm 4-2 or 3-2. Come on, ManaTraders. Update. If I can find a new match. I don't think I remember ManaTraders being this slow to update in previous months. I feel like it's usually almost as soon as the match is done, they were updating so you could find your next round. Maybe I just need to aggressively click around more. All right. So yeah, we are 4-2. So the match is right. Mr. Have to go to bed. See ya. Adios. Thanks always for coming and hanging out. Appreciate the resub again. All right. So you just got to go 3-1 in the next 4 matches, and we'll qualify with 10 matches. 3-1, which, as long as we don't get paired up against a bunch of hungry living in players, is completely reasonable. Pairing successful. Nazart. Old Nazart. Seen Nazart in a while. Wonder what they're playing. See, would I prefer to play against Living End or Tron? Depends on the variation. If I'm playing Jun Shadow, I think I'd rather play against Tron. If I'm playing like Grixis, then I'd rather play against Living End. These art should be Grief Blade. Well, that sounds fun. Blade. All right. Eat off with Ragavan. Blood Strand. Island Consider. So it's looking like mURktide. Brazen Borrower. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and double up our spells here. Kind of hurts. Now that sucks. They can just play a mURktide next turn. Oof. Oof. But they've got to nuke their yard to do it. Probably worth it. I don't know, they just top deck another Shredder. Never mind. Third mURktide off the top. Good lord. Okay. Yep. Tide is down. You know their hand perfectly. I know I am free to unholy heat this. Right. Not flashy, but it puts pressure on. They've got double mURktide, counterspell, fiery islet, unknown. And I think I'm just going to. What am I going to do? Really want to get an attack with this Ragavan, but really don't want to like waste a turn putting anything on the stack with this counter spell on their side. Find a fetch land, they can play a 3/3 mURktide, that's whatever. Keep kill a channeler. Okay. Um I'll play fetch, say go. That's what I'm doing. Really, yeah, I really don't want to give them connive triggers here. I miss a card from them. Okay. All right. Have to attack. Get that out of the way. Yep. Cast Ragavan. Fire off the counter spell. Goif down. All right. What are the odds that our opponent's last card is another copy of Counterspell? Are they enough to where I don't want to go for this breach? All right. What's my thought? I know I'm attacking with both. I guess let's just go ahead and do that. Any block on the Goyf is a good block for me. Okay. We play Shadow. Play another Goyf. I do get a Connive trigger, but I did have an answer to the Underworld breach in hand. Okay. Don't really have any good attacks here. That means this has to be a removal spell on top. Removal spell do they have? I guess Unholy Heat. Stupid. That's fine. The Unholy Heat something. Block the other two. Or Odawara. Sure. All right. So let's go. I want to do whatever I can to not put myself dead to just like a bolt off the top. Let's go Unholy Heat, their mURktide. All right, yeah. So I would just go Unholy Heat, mURktide, Shadow from hand, bobble a bunch. Uh, Breach, Dash, Monkey. Yeah, I would have gotten there. I guess Breach Dash Monkey wouldn't have beaten second Brazen, or no, it would have beaten second Brazen Borrower because I couldn't block anything with Brazen Borrower anyway. Yeah, Breach Dash Monkey was fine. Can you Dash Monkey off Breach? Let's find out. Pretty sure you can. I don't think Dash specifies from hand. You may cast this spell for its dash cost. If you do, it gains haste. It's returned from the battlefield to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. So yeah, you can dash from Breach. Alright, I want Terminate. I want Soul Guide Lanterns and Unlicensed Hearses. I like having at least one EE. A commands. Mid. Take out a bunch of this spot removal. Take out Battle Rage. Yeah, Ragavan on the draw is fine. All right, what do we got? don't think I want to throw it back. It's really bad into a turn 1 Ragavan from them. I'll shuffle away the Ragavan. Shuffle away the Tarmogoyf. I'm going to be kind of trying to go ham on their graveyard, so. Considering thine options. Basic Island makes me assume they're planning on Blood Moon at some point. Right. Blood Moon. I, for one, am shocked and appalled that my opponent would go with such tactics. Curse is a little annoying. Counter spells annoying. I'm just going to take this hearse because I've got the breach. Add Gigantha. Say go. Considering some options again. Little Michael Bublé. Graveyard is gone. Guess I should have thought about that one and played the Soul Guide Lantern first, but here we are. Can't do anything about it now. Out on my back for poor sequencing. Okay. It's a lot of death shadows. We got Spell Pierce and Counter Spell. Don't really feel like I can fire off this Gigantha until, or I can't really fire off anything until start dealing with some of this. All right. There's a chance that this is my opening. We're going to bolt the shredder. Eat everything. Okay. So I got reach, play a couple things, and I think I need to take advantage of this little opening here. So let's go reach. I could thought seize, that enables shadow. I think I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cast Thoughtseize, exile 3. Thoughtseize goes back in. Yep. Let's go bobble, land, ever. All right. Got Bolt and Unholy Heat. So maybe I'm actually just taking one of these removal spells. No. Take Counterspell, play Ragavan. Like, they get to kill my Ragavan with something, but if they do that, it means I get to resolve Giganta and not worry about it dying. Alright, so mURktide's gone, Shredder's gone, Heat's gone. I think this matters, but alright, can we find a land for Giganta? No. Got a Thoughtseize. Here's bolt me in the face. Yep. Okay. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's worth it. Yeah. Let's go. Crew the hearse. Attack with the hearse. And second main phase, play an EE for 1. Ah, I should have all thought about the Shredder trigger. crap. Ooh, lucky. Lucky. Forgot about that shredder trigger. They find the bolt. Damn it. Ah. So if that was 2 cards down, I killed myself there. If it was 1 card down, it didn't matter. But I was trying to keep myself from dying to like a dashed Ragavan. Or if they played out a dude as a blocker, I could just blow up my own shadow, play a new one, crew up the hearse, and swing. How many cards does a hearse need to exile before it's called a big ring? I think we passed that number in there somewhere. Not mistaken. I'm gonna board out a Goyf because it's like the only thing I have that I can't cast through a Blood Moon. Pretty underwhelming hand. Hands are not looking particularly exciting. Dude, I cannot like buy a second land today. I think this is the fifth or sixth game that we've gotten stuck on one land, having like 3 times match 1. And keep that on top in case they've got Blood Moon. Stocks. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I got a lightning bolt them in the face. Hey. They do not have 4 card types. I could start off with Bolt the Shredder, go for the dash, or I could like unheat the shredder, go for the dash. A straight up double burn spell my channeler. Okay. Had worse deals for me before. I'm just ditching this. I think that's doing a ton for me. Hit you in the face. Cast the mURktide. This the Jun Shadow Spice? I mean, I guess it's Jun Shadow. Whether or not it's spicy, I have no idea. They just have like a spell snare. They do anything for this? It's reasonable. I feel like one of their last cards is like a spell snare. Yeah. With scourges, 3 scourges, not overkill on scourges, but enough of them. Bam. All right. So while we wait for ManaTraders update, this is the list currently. Couple Underworld breaches. No Street Wraiths, no Dismember. Unfortunately, our 2 losses in the Swiss so far were both to Living End, which I am not prepared to play against Living End with Jun Shadow. Used to be when we were running like Dolphy and stuff in the main, but I just added like the 2 Soul Guide Lanterns today, actually. Added the first one before I started playing, added the second one after the second Living End loss. So, not geared for Living. Might have just changed my locals decision this week. I mean, for locals, yeah, play some Jun Shadow. I'd probably find room for the 20th land because I have had a lot of games that have resulted in me being stuck on 1. But my 2 cents. What do I know? All right, waiting for our next pair. Currently, I'm just jamming creativity. I mean, creativity is a really good deck. Like when it comes for local events, for me, I don't give 2 shits if I win like an F&M or if I go positive or whatever. F&M results mean literal nothing to me. So I'll play whatever I feel like playing, or if I want to play something kind of janky, I will. I won't play those in like PPTQs or RQs or RCQs or whatever. But the local events, just like, hey, this looks fun. I'm playing this. All right, modern. Waiting for game night. Is that right? Yep. Waiting for game night. Oh, just need to win 2 of the next 3 to qualify. Sure. For a threat, but it's on a mulligan. Oh. Little rhinos action. 1 with the multiverse. What on earth is this? You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without playing its mana cost. So this is like new omniscience. Oh. Well, we're dead. Possibly. Yeah, it's looking like Glimpse to me as well. Find something to do here. Dude. Literal best card they could have top decked. Literal best card. Like 2 mana, make 2 tokens. Gross. Into that token. All right, so I'm gonna need to. I've got to set up Breach for Thoughtseize this next turn. So this should just be like any removal spell on the plant token. That also works. An Ardent Plea. Now I just need to find a threat. I'm going to save the bolt as long as I can because, like, bolting myself is better for Shadow. Bolting them is better for Scourge. All right. Bolting nobody is better for Gigantha. Ardent Plea anymore. All right. Scourge, Goyf, Shadow, all of the above. Okay. It's a threat. Opponent is contemplating whether or not they want to fire off their Cascade spell. Seems like a pretty good option. We bolt you. Got double bolt in the bin off the breach. Yeah, we do have a double bolt, but we need like the battle rage hit and the double bolt. So gotta be like a little patient. We're just trying to like maximize damage right now so we can set up the double bolt next turn. Scourge, and we say go, and we pray. Nice. We've won game one against the Cascade decks all 3 times. Both Living Ends and now Glimpse. Which I wish it were that easy post-board. When it should be getting better. I swear it just gets worse. So I've got like EE's K Command, maybe Ancient Grudge. These are literally just to fight over like treasure tokens and stuff. I don't think anything else in my sideboard really does anything. Maybe Turok if I get like a turn 1 Ragavan. Alpine Moon could name Colony Garden. Unlicensed Hearse, maybe to stop what's it called, Goblin Dark Dwellers if they're on that ancient tech. You know, how do you think ManaTraders is more unfair? Shouldn't you be playing Grixis? Probably, but this is like the unfair version of Shadow, right? You just get Battle Rage and something that may or may not sometimes resemble a clock. And K Command on the play. Like, if I were going to play Grixis, I would want to play a much bigger Grixis. Like, get some actual threats in there. Because if you give, like, Living In or Cascade or whatever a bunch of times a bunch of extra draws, they're going to find a way to kill you. They kept 7, so I think I'm going to ship this back. It's better. Back Bobble. Colony Garden. No. Okay. So I'm probably going turn 1 Hand Disruption, turn 2 Hand Disruption plus Shadow. If I lead on Inquisition and their hand is a bunch of lands, Wave Sifter, Cascade spell. I have to take the Cascade spell and let them have the Wave Sifter, which is annoying. But if it's like a Fury or something, then I'd rather Inquisition on 1, Thoughtseize on 2, and take that. Deck the Shadow. Double Cascade spell. I think I'll just take Shardless Agent, and then next turn take Violent Outburst, play out Shadow. If they find... They don't even have red mana. I didn't even notice that. There are ways off of this ardent plea. Doom, shadow, go. Ripple, Colony Garden. Ah, my only weakness. Plants. Plant tokens. All right. Want to block or you want to little chunk? I get not wanting to take damage, but I probably just blocked there because I showed you Scourge in game 1. Bruh. Bruh. I'm going to get an Omniscience hard cast on me off starting with 4 Colony Gardens. Man. So many plants. Quad Colony Garden. Hmm. Okay. No land is fantastic for me. Don't think I need to crack fetch land yet. Not really afraid of like lightning bolts. Go. I don't know how I'm dead, but I'm dead. I feel it. Feel it in my bones. Thank you. There's a higher power. Thank you. All right. What was that card? One with the multiverse? One with the multiverse. Name of it? Play. Look at the top card of your library. Anytime. You may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a spell from your hand or the top of your library without paying its mana cost. So it's Omniscience for 2 less mana. And you get to play 1 free spell a turn, but that's probably fine. Does the deck need like extra copies of Omniscience? Is there a reason to run this over Omniscience, like outside of the future sight effect? Easy with a couple cactus speed bumps. Doomwake was playing that Glimpse version a few days back. I mean, had magic cards. Had cards legal to the modern format in it. Runs both. Like, I would imagine you wouldn't play any of those until you've maxed out on Omniscience. And then that one is just like Omniscience 5 through whatever. Make sure you get like an Omniscience effect in play when you glimpse. But I don't know. I'm no expert on the glimpse archetype. All right, so we are up to 6-2, which means we just have to win one of our next 2. soon as ManaTraders. All right, so it's updated. My deck is ready. Wait for an opponent. Win one of two. One of two. I think we've got a reasonable chance of doing that. Personally, I don't really care about like the ManaTraders leaderboard, so I'm never trying to like grab a bunch of extra wins to run up the leaderboard. So if we win the next one, we'll probably just like scoop to our last opponent just to get the 10th match. We may play. We'll see. I guess it's good content to try to dream crush. We have an opponent. Nope. We're waiting and we're waiting. And we're still waiting. Somebody in the Shadow Facebook group asking about Maestro's Charm. Blue, black, and a red. New Capenna. Choose one. Option number one, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Option number 2, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. Option number 3, deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Yeah. Kind of like a combo card, right? Like, hey, if you're digging for a very specific thing, then this is really good at doing that. Maybe it gets a little bit better now that Underworld Breach is so popular. Like 3 mana, dig 5 deep, put the extra 4 cards into your yard, help you find a breach late game. I think it's like exponentially better if you're playing Underworld Breach. All right, got an opponent. We are going to be waiting for Maximus D. Really hope opponent doesn't give us the Maximus D this round. All right. Make sure our opponent's not like also making the match. Like it. There we go. Maximus D. Or it could be like Maxim US dollar E. Probably just as likely, right? All right, little Gigantha mirror. Let's do it. Nothing to it but to do it. Basic Mountain Soul Scar Mage. So Prowess, probably with Underworld Breach. Let's go Bobble, see what you're drawing into. Matic ending, okay. And then I think I'm just going to get a Blood Crypt and go ahead and Unholy Heat this Soul Scar Mage. If they have like a, what's it called? Mutagenic growth, like, sucks. But I'm going to keep this Bobble in hand for my Channeler next turn. Monastery, Swift Spear. Okay. Let's get a Stomping Ground. Play Channeler. Play Bobble. See if we can bait like a burn spell or something. Keep Shadow. To a Tarn. Okay, so let's go ahead and bolt the Swift Spear. Bolt my Channeler back. You got it. Okay. Now, reasonable spot for us. We're kind of at parity. I might have an expressive iteration here. That's what it kind of looks like. Don't use it. You might lose it. Seems good. We know they've got Prismatic Ending, Scalding Tarn. Still no Ending Tarn. Appreciate them waiting until my turn to bobble. Good sequencing. Keep it up. All right. Chandler's really good draw there. I'll get like an extra Surveil trigger. Yep. Automatic Ending, Lightning Bolt. Ending. Play Shadows. They go. They've got draw for bobble, unknown draw for turn. If they find an Underworld Breach, we could definitely get lightning bolted out. Well, me and my big mouth. Like a pending. This is fairly aggressive. Like, you had the bolt in hand. I think you just wait and like let me make a weak attack and then double bolt me on the next turn. I don't think there's really a reason to like blow the Underworld Breach here. Another Prismatic Ending. Oh, man. Well, I guess that's like an okay reason. No, then you still should have played the Breach. Or still should have like held the breach. I don't know. We'll see. Yep. I think I'm just gonna get a basic mount and go ahead and bolt this. Yep. All right. We did. We did. Probably dead. We find a removal spell for a channeler. Nice. Like, give them the option to block there, because if they do, I can save the Unholy Heat for their Giganta. If they don't, then still Unholy Heating there. Giganta to hand, land, sure. We need answer to their Giganta or just like another threat. Let's not do it. All right. Answer to Giganta or threat. Either one. Answer to Giganta or threat. Yeah. That does it. Nice. Super, super nice there. All right. Terminate's coming in. EE coming in. Do like Soul Guides and Hearse. Don't think I want both Hearses, but like Soul Guide. Soul Guide looks really good. Let's go with this. All right. What do we got? Seems fine. Need a threat, but we've at least got like a couple of their threats answered. Fire off this. Got the mutagenic this time. Got it. All right, they flipped over prismatic ending. All right. I'm just going mountain go. Hold up, terminate. They want to commit something else to the board, then I can decide on a EE. They're just gonna like swing at me with a channeler, like a 1/1 channeler. I'll take it. Bending the Swift Spear makes me assume that they've got they're looking for a land. All right, so am I just taking the? I gotta just take the 2-for-1, right? Breach would be unfortunate. Shouldn't have said anything. This is not like the worst deal in the world, because if they cast 2 spells, they take themselves off delirium. Maybe it's whatever. Lava Dark, Expressive Iteration, Prismatic. So let's take Iteration. Soul Guide. Exile. Breach is fine. Land, say go. So classic twofer into them having a twofer and everybody twofering. Take 1 to stop 1. All right. Got Giganta. That's a decent draw on our side. So am I going add Giganta here? I think I am. Like, there's no way they just fire off Lava Dart for no reason. Yep, they're always going to Prismatic Ending the Shadow, so that's fine. Pop this. And I guess they could like lava dart here and try to set up delirium again. Stomping ground tapped. All right, so they've got dart, Gigantha, unknown. We've got a Gigantha. Dart my face. Okay. Kept whatever was on top. Yep. Naturally. All right. Calm down. I guess technically they don't really have great attacks here. They could like double lava dart me pre-combat and try to get delirium. Or if they find a bauble, that's oh man. Bobble into the Swift Spear to the yard. This was like a bad sequence that turned phenomenal very, very quickly. Yeah, they just found like all the free stuff, flipped over what they needed for delirium, found a haste creature. Like the first expressive iteration, I think is fine, but the second one with no open mana is really, really greedy. I mean, I guess if it pays off, it pays off. Saw Dart that time, so Ragavan gets a lot worse. All right. Foundry off the top. Dart, iteration, breach. Let's just take the iteration. Do need to find a threat. We could find like a Goyf here. That would be phenomenal. That is less than ideal. Okay. A little less flood. A little more finding a Tarmogoyf. Got dudes kind of covered. They have 2 darts. So I clicked off the second one. Soul Scar Mage. What are the odds that our opponent has found a mutagenic growth? Not very good. Boy. Scourge. I feel like I have to play you. Died to a lot of stuff, but I'm not playing you. What am I doing? Right, dragon. Boy. Got We're gonna have ourselves a good old fashioned race. Nope. Got my hopes up. Like the fact that they just still have this Underworld breach in hand is absolutely backbreaking. Yep. That is brutal. The Exile 3 for Bauble. Terminating Stop and extra Bauble. The Exile 3, Channeler flips over whatever. Exile 3, Channeler flips over whatever. So Terminate doesn't stop an extra Bauble unless they've got like a mutagenic growth or something in hand or flip over like a lava dart. Who would have known a red Yogsma would be pretty good, right? It's fairly solid. Now, I also have Underworld breaches in my deck. Along with some number of creatures. too soon. Always gotta specify. All right. So we're in agreement that this deck is just 100% propped up by Underworld Breach, right? Not like some crazy thought that nobody can get behind. I want to take a bunch of unnecessary damage. But like them just getting to refill their hand up to like 7 every turn with these free baubles and iterations, and then breach is pretty gross. Oh, 12 cards. They are 13 cards deeper in their deck than I am. They've already seen half of their deck. And it's just like every draw seems to be like a C3 cards. See, I've been saying it for a hot minute, but I honestly think that the combo decks with Breach are fine. It's all the fair decks running it now that will get it banned. Possibly. Very possible. Like, I do absolutely think the fair decks abuse Breach more. Mainly because, like, a value Breach is, at least in mid-range matchups, control matchups, even like some aggro matchups, a value Breach is more impactful than a lethal Breach. Yep. Hmm. Ooh. See, I would try banning Bobble first, kind of warps everything around it. Well, I mean, my personal ban list has Bobble on it. And I think Bobble is very, very synonymous with Underworld Breach at this point. Like if you're playing some number of Underworld Breach, you're playing 4 Bobble. All right, so drop to 6 and 3, which means we have to win this next match. We want to qualify in our first 10. Run Urza Saga and Cage in every deck. Let me tell you what I do not currently do. Banning Bobble makes all the Delirium cards much worse. Yeah, but like Bobble shouldn't exist to begin with. And it's also in my like personal ban list because I believe anything that can be cast without paying its mana cost should be banned. So there's a way to cast it without paying mana cost, get rid of it. But as far as Underworld Breach goes, like if we're talking about a card that gets banned because the deck building restrictions are too low, Underworld Breach is like the epitome of that philosophy. Like Underworld Breach just says, hey, you're running red, card's pretty good. Underworld Breach back a couple threats, seems solid. A couple removal spells, that's fine. Breach is a win condition, you got it. All right, create match. Waiting for Mun Mun. Let's see if we can get there. Need this last win. Breach or Bobble gets banned, his taxes to Shatter just go bigger. Not necessarily. Like, it makes cards like Dragon's Rage Channeler worse for sure. Land. Lands, where you at? Keep this. Throwback. Inquisition. Like, I think banning Bobble, I think it helps a lot of the unfair decks that are kind of like oppressed by quick Shadow Ragavan decks, which is fine. I think like some of those decks could use a little bit of a boost. And I think it hurts Delirium, which is good because like Dragon's Rage Channeler and Holy Heat are two of the most popular cards in the format. All right, so am I just getting basic Mountain? Or am I going all in on Blood Crypt? Probably go all in. Bolt you. You. Yeah. Please don't gut shot my Ragavan. As much as I want to play that Sigarda's Aid. Double Stone Forge Mystic. Okay. Oh, don't get the Cauldron. We might die to this Cauldron. Unfortunately. Got another removal spell, it would be fine, but alas, we do not. Double Stone Forge, double Saga. Pretty rough for the home team. And maybe they attack. Can't think of many reasons why you would, but all right. Let's figure out how we're going to beat a Cauldron. Yep. Nope, that's not going to do it. Let's get in EEs, Terminate, K Command, Grudge, Moons, Rock on the play. Rid of a Scourge. Battle Rage, get rid of a Breach. Raggiolis and Disruption. And say go. All right. Let's bear down and beat some Sanctifier on Vex post board. We already beat Hammer once this this set of matches, so okay, good opening hand, please. Um, Such a fair opening hand. It's got Goyf, so it's kind of hard to throw it back. Opponents mold down to at least 5. Maybe they're nice enough to keep going. All right. K command's decent if we find a third land. Maybe they stone forge for another Cauldra. Pretty dope here. Aid. All right. Well, I'm not too afraid of dying. Guess I'm just playing this Scourge. This monstrous Scourge that's easily carrying us to victory here. All right. I can attack sort of freely. EE, say go. Have to wait in case they go to like animate Ink Moth to hammer on the Ink Moth. Need to be able to hold up Terminate. Yep. All right. Do we think that they've got the blacksmith skill? Got the skill. I lose. Nice. Trial number 1. Survived. No blacksmith skill. Land. Oh, we can have this wrapped up if we could just find a land. So what are my options? Like, is my best play just attack with both? Play Shadow Ragavan? Does holding up the EE for the construct like actually do anything for me? Or I could just terminate the Pure Steel Paladin. Maybe it's like attack with Scourge, terminate the Pure Steel Paladin. I get behind that. I was gonna say we're snapping off a block here. All right, Unholy Heat, pretty good. Let's go hack with both. They have to block. If they go to like Flash and a Hammer, I can Unholy Heat the Construct. They do nothing. We just play Ragavan and pass. Dashing didn't do anything to help the clock there, so it wasn't really a reason to do that. All right. Extra piece of hand disruption or two on the draw to help out with Sanctifier. Let's see. Good hands only, please. The one landers. One landers are killing me. Sentinel. Yep. Okay. Want to attack in with your Sentinel? Why would I keep Thoughtseize over Inquisition? You mean like keep in Thoughtseize over Inquisition post board? Because the life loss can matter if I'm trying to get a shadow big enough. Like there's times that I want Inquisition, there's times that I want Thoughtseize. So if I get too like hung up on one or the other, then I miss out the benefits of the second one. It's mainly because like I don't always want Inquisition, I don't always want Thoughtseize, so running some number of both is like halfway towards a balance. Definitely take a terminate. Crap. All right. All right. Yep. Got it. All right. So we draw terminate. Not blocking with a channeler, so we can swing back with that. Fetch up a stomping ground. Shadow. Go. Marsh Flats, 2 unknowns. Sure. Name EE. Yep. Unholy heat. So let's go. Heat the Esper Sentinel. Don't pay. Yeah. Nope. Urge. Probably not good enough. They make like a couple big constructs and just strap one up with a Shadow Spear, then Scourge gets dead really quickly. The tokens they're making are 3/3s. Fine, because I have Peatland. Does the point of damage matter? Mm, 6, 7, 8. No. Real question is, do I need to kill this construct now? Dead to like hammer, pure steel. No, I don't kill this. Like hammer aid, pure steel hammer, and get the hammer at any point. So just pure steel is really threatening. All right. What's the play, OP? Play is to tutor up an artifact with CMC 0 or 1. Deciding whether they want to make a token or not. Exploit mana. Ginger Brute. Oh, baby. Et tu, Brute. And the aid. Oh, boy. For your last two cards, Hammer and Blacksmith skill. Stoneforge. Nope. Alright, is it Stoneforge? What are we predicting? Is the last card a Blacksmith skill? I cannot beat a Blacksmith skill anyway. So it doesn't really matter if I like let them equip or not. Really need this, do I? All right, go 6. Could have animated Ink Moth for the extra point of damage. Terminate Stoneforge. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Voila. And that is how you somehow, fortunately, qualify for the ManaTraders series in 10 matches with Jund Death Shadow. Let's double check and make sure it's got all of our matches in real quick. Survey says I don't like that it's giving me a something went wrong. Can't be doing that to me. Come on. You can do it. ManaTraders series. I want the qualifier league leaderboard. Where's my position in the qualifier league? Bruh, like, I can't check my record because this keeps showing up. Like, kicks me back to here. Can't check my standing. Or can I check it on here? Theoretically, I should be able to. Yeah, control freak. So we're good. We're good. We have qualified. 6-3 means you got to win a few in a row. No, we only had to win that last one. We were I think we got up to 6-2. So we just had to win one of our last two. We lost our 9th round to mURktide, and then was it mURktide? Like I know we lost to ManaScrew, but I think it was mURktide, and then came back and won the 10th round. So we are qualified. Let's see. So if that's the case, we are going to send everybody over to Electric Bob, who's playing some Merfolk. So if you're wanting to check that out, feel free to stick around. Otherwise, thanks so much to everybody for coming and checking out the channel. Thanks for the new followers, the new subscribers. I hope everybody had an awesome time here. If you aren't following, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything, just lets you know when we go live. Otherwise, I hope to catch everybody back on the next stream now that we've got the ManaTrader stuff out of the way. Hopefully, some of the new cards from Phyrexia All Will Be One will be available, so we can try out some of those. Hope everybody has an awesome rest of your Monday. Stay safe. Enjoy some good food and company. I will catch y'all back later. Adios for now. No, you control freak.